Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We would like to welcome all of you, and we would also like to invite you to pay attention to this last day of our sessions. And we have different representatives in our supreme auditing institutions, SAIs, which are aligned, who are all aligned. It's very nice to be with all of you. I would like to tell you that it's an honor for me to open the 34th General Assembly of OLACEFS. It's a pleasure for me to be working with all of the SAIs. This assembly presents us with growing challenges on institutional activities, and it also reinforces our commitment to improve and strengthen ourselves. We've had two technical themes that were addressed throughout the week. One was about innovation, and the second one was about the integrity that is required in internal control and auditing processes, which are so important. The mission of our organization is to strengthen the control institutions so that they can serve to the common good. If we really understand our tasks and if we really understand the role that each of our auditing and control institutions has for each country, then we will absolutely engage in exchanging experiences. And then we will realize that this work is going to improve democracy in each of our countries. I would like to thank all of the delegations that have shared with us in this event. For me, it's been an honor to have shared this moment with you. Without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to our host, Minister Vital Dorego. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Secretary General David Colmenares, dear President of this session, we also have Camilo Benitez, and it is with great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, and profound gratitude that from this very moment we take over OLACEF's presidency for the next mandate. I would like to thank all of the SAIs making up OLACEFs. Thank you for trusting our capacity, our ability to conduct this collective process. I would like to highlight the extraordinary work that has been conducted by the Controller General's office in Paraguay throughout their effective presidency. I would like to highlight the efficiency of Camilo Benitez, who has really strengthened our institutions and elevated the international stance that OLACEFS holds. And it has opened new pathways which favor our presence at Intersci. I would like to thank the team from the Controller's Office, the General Controller's Office in Paraguay, for their cooperation, a permanent cooperation in this transition process. I would also like to acknowledge and be grateful for the efforts of the Board of Directors being taken charge of by Mexico, represented by David Colmenares. He has established the coordination and the continuity of strategic actions. So we really count on this partnership for the rest of our mandate. I would like to reinforce our commitment to strengthen each instance of OLACEFs, especially the SAIs that are smaller and count on fewer resources. We would like to be able to count on your support institutionally and individually for us to be able to advance with our initiatives which contribute to the strengthening of public governance in our countries. When we refer to the subnational level, we would like to say that we want to come closer to the Court of Accounts on a municipal and state levels. On municipal and state levels. We also want to strengthen our connections with ATRICOM, which can also strengthen all of our works in the country. We are also going to foster the digital transformation that is so required in each SAI. We will promote equality and inclusiveness, broadening sustainable development mechanisms, strengthening citizen participation, and adopting a multi we're going to adopt different initiatives to have that all carried out. We would like to thank Paraguay as well, the SAI from Paraguay, and here in our region, we would like to put forth the same effort that the Court of Accounts here at Brazil has done. We want to consolidate the presence of OLACEFS in the different themes and global stances that we see today. We want to create new opportunities for this organization to be heard in major forums and debates in behalf of public governance. We're going to open more space. We're going to give it more room into the Enterprise community, guaranteeing the active participation of our region in strategic forums, strengthening the power of our voice and our capacity to influence international agendas which are relevant and pertinent to our country. Lastly, I would like to reiterate our commitment to strengthening OLACEFS and the improvement of public governance in all our countries. In a collaborative environment where mutual aid and help reigns. We are dedicated and we are engaged in so doing. We are sure that together we're going to be able to amplify, to broaden the best practices of cooperation that put us together. Thank you very much for the collective work that we've been doing. Long live OLACEFS.
Muchas gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you, Minister. Now we're going to listen to the auditor, the Supreme Auditor, David Colmenares, Executive Secretary at OLACEFS. Well, for me, it's a pleasure to be with you to start this administrative session. These spaces are essential for the building up of OLACEFS. We want it to be ever more dynamic and ever more engaged and committed to solving the challenges ahead. Today we have an opportunity of verifying, evaluating all of the things that we've been able to attain in technical work. We have been able to hear new voices, proposals, and we've been able to coordinate efforts by means of cooperation mechanisms all together with the ones that are here with us, who will help us make better decisions and keep on the right pathway towards our goals. When it comes to the SAI in our country, in Mexico, as the president of the work group working with disaster prevention, we're going to see a little summary of everything that we've learned during this year, throughout this year. It doesn't come from individual work, but it also counts with interesting tools that can be used by each of our organizations. Participating of OLACEFS has always been and will always be a good investment of time and resources. All of the projects, the technical discussions, and the interchange that we have allows us to improve the way we do our work in each case, particularly. Besides that, and more importantly, we can really be connected to real solutions that have already been tested in contexts similar to those where we are inserted. This constant cooperation between institutions not only strengthens capacities, but also it opens doors and generates friendships that make us ever strong as auditors. This collaboration spirit undoubtedly is one of the most important values that distinguish this organization. The Supreme Audit institutions are always going to be a pillar of accountability in our region, especially in the collective work that we do through OLACEFS. This is a key tool for this pillar to go ever firm, steady, and useful for our community. I would like to acknowledge the work of all the ones present here. Your effort makes it possible for us to advance. And I really believe that this meeting is going to allow us to consolidate useful solutions and keep common goals. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move forward. I would like to ask the Executive Secretariat to verify the quorum. Thank you, Mr. President. According to Article 15 of our regulations, in order to have a general assembly, we need to have most members present. So how are we doing? Yes, we have enough quorum. Based on the list of participants, we have enough quorum to proceed with this session. Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Secretary. Now we can go on to the second point of today's agenda. Thank you very much. You feel free to read the order of the day.
Apreciables colegas,
dear colleagues, dear President, dear all, as you well know, we have already defined this order, working together with the Presidency and the OLACEF Secretariat. This document has been forwarded to all of our full-time members, also work groups and other committees. It has also been published on our organization's official website. The comments that we have received are incorporated in a document. Therefore, Mr. President, if there is no contrary opinions, I would suggest that it be approved. We can raise our hands to have it approved. It is approved. We can read the approval minute celebrated on the 25th of October of 2024. Now we're going to move forward to the reading of the minute of the minutes of the assembly held in Panama. Thank you, Mr. President and dear colleagues. This is a minute of the 33rd Ordinary General Assembly of our organization, and this has been shared with among our members. So now we can proceed with its approval. Please raise your hand if you approve of it. It has been approved. Thank you very much. Now let's talk about the management report of OLACEFS. I would like to tell you something about this report that was prepared by our presidency, which was based on 3 pillars: governance, transparency, and communication. We have prepared and created a laboratory of innovation. We've worked on Adopte and Adapter Infra, important innovations that were presented this week. We have consolidated our relation with Euroside with our peers at Euroside, and thanks to the management of the um, executive secretary under the lead of David Colmenares, we've had an assembly with Eurosci in Ciudad del Mexico, Mexico City. And this year, we're going to have another one, a collective assembly with Eurosci. And this is going to be under the responsibility of the new presidency. And we have proposals for them to be the hosts of our assemblies. This year, it's quite complicated because we have many activities. And besides that, we're going to have the World Cup. So those who love football are going to have a little bit of a hard time. But so far, we have already had some proposals from Portugal. They want to host this ordinary assembly amongst all of the OLACEFS Eurosize SAIs. So we really believe that this is going to be a moment for reflection where we can all share with experiences. We have two important things, which are data science and AI, two things that we need to talk about. Those are realities in our work. And something else is that we need to promote education and training as a value to be added up to our work too.
El presidente del Tribunal de
And lastly, I would like to reflect on something that the president of the Court of Accounts has said. When the Controller General's office from Paraguay sent us his application to be the president of OLACEFS, we knew that all of the SAIs, especially the smaller ones, we knew what they needed. And those challenges, the challenges related to presiding OLACEFS, is definitely something that is a bit overwhelming to smaller countries, to smaller SAIs. But that's the point. We know what we need, we know what we want. And this is what really motivated us to go on. And I have to say that this has been the greatest privilege of my whole life, having been taking the lead of this organization for 3 years. That would have never been possible without the collaboration of the Executive Secretariat under the lead of David Colmenares. 3 years ago, I received a proposal from Vital Durrego together with Bruno Dantas. They encouraged me to dream of that. And then I took a flight to Mexico. I spoke to Mr. David Colmenares. It didn't take more than 5 minutes to convince me. We were in unison. We agreed with everything. And nobody really wanted to get into a political fight to see who would take on the presidency. So I would like to request from the Court of Accounts to continue doing that, strengthening smaller SAIs. They are the ones who need most help. Whenever we meet in events such as this, we see that lots of our control institutions have precarity. They lack a lot of resources. But I'm sure that the Court of Accounts is going to be a strengthening factor in the region for all of the 22 member countries of our organization. I'm sure that the present presidency's work is going to be even better than the previous one due to your vocations. So I'm going to tell you that in the name of Paraguay, on behalf of Paraguay, and also in behalf of other countries, smaller countries such as the Caribbean countries, Central American countries, I know that we are all going to need your help to strengthen their competencies. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we're going to play a video, which is the presidency's report. In a world that changes, we see that we need public institutions, and it needs to be trustworthy. That's what OLACEFS is for. This is the Organization of Latin American and Caribbean auditing institutions. We really want to work with integrity and transparency in the use of public resources. We want to put together all of the SAIs in the region in a network of cooperation to strengthen accountability and control. Between 23 and 25, the presidency of OLACEFS was under the charge of Paraguay, represented by Dr. Saldana. This presidency took over a huge challenge to have sustainability in its management. They were organized in three important things: governance, strategy, and communication. OLACEF's governance is not just a set of norms and regulations. It's the way we build upon trustworthiness, reliability, we work with cooperation, and we make sure that every SAI, no matter their size and capacity, has a voice. We've had important regulations. We approved policies and new committees. We have sustainable energy. We have sustainable initiatives, and all of that is not limited to a written plan. It is a compass that really guides all of our decisions. It coordinates our efforts and gives a meaning to regional cooperation. This strategic management has been conceived by means of all of the resources, capacities, competencies, and actions to fulfill our role as a public institution and really respond to all of the challenges related to control and auditing in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have fostered different initiatives to strengthen the capacities of each SAI and optimize the cooperation mechanisms in the region. All of these efforts not only gave those institutions a key strategy, but they have also consolidated that cooperation to tackle different obstacles in the region. Communication is more than just a channel to convey to transmit information. It's a strategic process in behalf of transparency, accountability, and collective work among each SAI. Communicating means giving a meaning to what we do, sharing learning, and also strengthen all of the added up value in our institutions. Throughout all of this this moment, Paraguay took on the presidency with the intent of always fostering communication, which is clear. I'm sorry. We have promoted a permanent dialogue with our shareholders, SAI members, international organisms, technical networks, civil society, and the population to make sure that the voice of OLACEFS will be heard and acknowledged evermore. We have also strengthened the bond between every parliament and SAIs, reiterating that accountability by means of dialogue is crucial and vital. Behind every auditing report, there is something bigger, major. We have the right to people, the right belonging to the population of having something transparent. At the end of 2025, the period starting from 2023, the presidency by Paraguay leaves us with a legacy of cooperation and regional leadership built together with the other 22 SAIs in Latin America and the Caribbean and their strategic member partners. We know that we can't build a future with words. We have to build it with a collective action. We have the words of Paraguay here, representing the presidency of OLACEFS between 2023 and 2025. We are committed to transparency, integrity, and accountability. Thank you.
Reitero mi gratitud a cada uno de los.
I would like to thank you very much, all of our friends and partners who are a part of this OLACEFS family. I would like to thank the technical team of the Controller General's office in Paraguay. We have a long list of names from there. Those were the ones who really worked hard, and they really make it all possible and feasible. Between moving forward with the next order of the day, I would like to ask you to cover point number 14 related to the presidency of OLACEFS between 2026 and 2028. We've had some trips being scheduled. So this We have lots of different subjects. We know that some of our members need to travel. They have scheduled their trips. So we would like to go and cover all of the important subjects. So we're going to have another report. According to what has been established in our regulations, this is a draft for the election of our presidency. We have established July as our deadline. We have counted on different documentation, different documents to establish this candidacy. So we're going to use acclamation as our system. So if possible, let's give it a round of applause to the new president of OLACEFS.
Por unanimidad tengo el honor.
In unison, I would like to tell you and inform you that the Court of Accounts has been elected as the presidency of OLACEFS of between 2026 and 2028. I hand it over now to the president of OLACEFS within the period of 2026 and 2028. Go ahead, Mr. President. So,
I had the opportunity to speak with you during the opening session that 3 years ago. I was with Bruno Dantas, then president, being very welcomed with such warmth by our dear Camilo. And I told him that it was time for Paraguay to take the leading role within our region. And with the most valuable help of Camerales, this proposal was accepted and is now occupying his position. And this is such a huge responsibility for Brazil to be acclimated. The new president of OLACEFS gives us a dual responsibility. First of all, to maintain all strategies that OLACEFS was able to place in practice over the last few years. And second, to value the SAIs that truly need our support and our assistance, in addition to our solidarity. I would like to say to everyone that these days here in Fortaleza were fundamental for me as virtual president of OLACEFS to be able to speak with each and every one of you, to anticipate what could come as actions. And those conversations and those meetings, those affectionate moments, were vital for me to be here at ease and firm in these purposes of integrating all 22 countries, not just an in-person integration, but a virtual integration, bringing together all of our capacities. Of course, including the SAIs who most need it, and valuing the work conducted by each one. I would like to say to you, the head of SAIs in Latin America and the presidents, please look at us and rest assured that we will maintain the same relationship that has been established until now. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your words. Now let's listen to the management report of the governing board, Mr. Secretary. Thank you very much. Mr. Former President, as an introduction, as mentioned by Camilo, I would like to say that There's no such thing as small countries. We are all the same. And Camilo was a marvelous president, a very dear friend, and most certainly this will continue. We will maintain all lines, all channels of communication open with the team. And you know how dear you are to us, and we always want to maintain the relationships already established. Our government is democratic, and as such, of course, we cannot be eternal in our leadership positions. I would like to say, actually, to reiterate that Camilo he stood out as president, and this is something that needs to be acknowledged. During 2025, the Executive Secretariat supported initiatives by INTESAI, such as the Quality Management System, IDI audits, the headquarters for this mentorship, the rendering of accounts of SAIs in favor of the Court of Accounts of Honduras that collaborated with Costa Rica's SAI to favor the growth of Honduras SAI through its development in quality management and capacity building. We provided support to different instances of OLACEFS through financial support in logistics and other services. Now, I would like to grant the floor to Mr. President of to the Honorable President of OLACEFS. Thank you very much to our secretary. And now we're going to talk about the hard part of our work, addressing the main activities during 2025 by the committees and commissions, etc. Let's begin with the report presented by the Court of Accounts of El Salvador, the President of the Legal Assistance. Good morning. First of all, congratulations to our current president and to the president that is coming into office. I would like to salute everyone here in the name of the Court of Accounts of El Salvador, and I would like to begin by expressing our gratitude to OLACEFS and all of its departments, and especially Brazil's Federal Court of Accounts through its Minister Duhego, and to thank him for the open arms during this encounter. Unfortunately, our president is unable to be here, but he asked us to relay this acknowledgement and to say thank you for all the work over these years. We had the honor of presiding the legal committee. And Mr. President, I would like to play a small video with a summary of the main activities we have conducted. Honorable representatives and legislators, please receive our salute. As president of the legal committee of this international organization, we would like to present a report on the main activities developed by the committee. We conducted an annual operation plan 25 2025-2026, taking part virtually in the 80th meeting of the Directive Council, where we presented the updated regulation for OLACEFS that incorporates the reforms that were approved in the recent General Assemblies. We also issued a report and amended directives on the request of Aruba's Court of Accounts as a full member of OLACEFS. We also updated the website of the Legal Committee of OLACEFS with transparency and facilitating access in view. We conducted a process to choose a new SAI that is going to undertake the leadership of this committee. We wish all the success to the entities of control, and we understand that this comes to contribute to OLACEFS as a whole. I would like to share my gratitude to all the SIAIs that are part of the committee for their constant support, commitment to work, and to the legal aspect of this committee. We wish you all the best and know that together we will continue to strengthen regional cooperation.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now we're going to listen to the report of the Capacity Creation Committee from the Comptroller General of Chile. Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, before presenting this report, I would like to say that we are implementing capacity creation plans that were approved last year for 25 and 26. And what I wanted to highlight within this process is that this has been fundamental. Actually, the participation of all SAIs in the region have been fundamental to this. Everything we're going to present here in terms of advances would be impossible if this participation had not occurred. Therefore, we would like to play a very short video on the report of activities. Then we're going to move on to Mauricio Utapia so he can address this in further detail. In 2025, Chile's count of accords as the president of CCC of the OLACEFS continued to boost the development of SAIs of Latin America and Caribbean. This year marked a proposal in the capacity building as a cooperative effort that advances as a regional program. Participation in Guatemala was key to bring together allies and partners and share advances and discuss the next steps of this plan. Guides were developed, KPIs were instilled, and we are advancing in the modernization of our capacity building platform, making everything more accessible and geared towards data generation to allow better analysis. These achievements were only possible due to the joint efforts by the Gender, Inclusion, and Diversity Committee and all others who participated. We have reached 7,200 employees with virtual courses, webinars, mocks, and through our shared vision, we continue to build a more prepared region and more cooperative work. Our main objective is to strengthen SAIs for tomorrow's activities. Thank you very much for the video. Mauricio. Thank you, Mr. President. We also have a presentation.
Perfecto. Siguiente, por favor.
Next. Thank you. First of all, we want to emphasize that we are one of the organizations with the highest number of members. We have 19 SAIs in all, and 2 audit institutions that are subnational, and this is the support we received in the region. Oops. Can you hear me? Okay. I just wanted to wake you up a bit. I saw you dozing off. And we were talking about the 90 capacitation initiatives, the training initiatives that we have, capacity initiatives. 74 of them have been implemented in 2025. And here in this slide, one thing we would like to draw attention to are the efforts and the fact that despite the many activities that are ongoing, we can see here that there were a number of people that were unable to finish various courses. Some failed, others did not have the performance needed. So we need to understand how we can mitigate that gap, which in practice makes us lose reach in this capacity building. And of course, our institution and our regions both lose with this. What we thought of as presidency, we wanted to advance in the communication of these offers and opportunities, and we did that via email. We created a WhatsApp community to be able to reach more people and also to bring our initiatives closer to those who are on social media. And of course, we also use our website. A little bit of what the video showed was the direct relationship with the advances and implementation of the training program, which is an important milestone that was reinforced through our technical capacity building workshop that was held in Guatemala. Thank you very much. I would like to take the opportunity to say that. Thank you for hosting this event. In this workshop, we tried to strengthen the work of the workforce that is focused on implementing this capacity building program through a learning roadmap. And we created guidelines for the methodology. We also worked with a specific workforce that is directly related to audits. We looked at innovation applied to these SAIs. We had joint work that was conducted with GIZ through AI, and we actually presented that yesterday. OLACEFS, basically it's ready. We just need to continue feeding it and moving forward with strengthening our capacities in search of this knowledge through this tool. The work that we performed with CGID as well focused on gender. We have new alliances and partnerships with PNUD. And I cannot not mention the creation of capacity creation for our SAIs. I'd like to show you a little bit about the process that began in 2024. We began with diagnosis of our capacity needs in the region. And based on that, we created a proposal and very solid product that was approved last year. And in the current scenario, as was mentioned, we are in the implementation phase. Within that diagnosis, or from it, we were able to extract context, items that we need to advance with in terms of control, and we were able to take away 4 main aspects: climate, TI, IT governance, public procurement, and the fight against corruption. From there, we saw the opportunity to lead through a workforce and drive these learning roadmaps. So, of course, we want to acknowledge Paraguay that was on, and Argentina that was alongside us in this, Ecuador and Colombia. Thank you very much for being responsible for the initiative. We already have very hard work in place to make this the implementation of this plan efficient. We are also following up on everything that is being done among the Mexico's SAIs, of acknowledgement to them as well. Thank you for bringing together a workforce to be able to focus on this matter. And just to show you the significant change that we made, we began capacity building based on connected journeys, where basically we created learning roadmaps in different levels, bringing more potential to the development of capacities with the employees of our organizations. That said, we cannot forget technology that is part of this revolution. We are working on IT platforms, and we are updating our Moodle. We are currently in the process of a consultancy and updating this platform so that next year we can structure everything on the logic that we have developed in terms of roadmaps and apply this to the platform.
We would also like to thank all of our friends from SAI Brazil for all of the work that they have done in developing this system, the SGE system, which was fundamental to give continuity to the work that we have done in the development of competencies. We also used SGE. We migrated our data to the cloud, and then we finished it on the 30th of April this year. When it comes to bonds and collaboration and networking, given the different instances that we have, we can see internal departments and external institutions too. We see that support for future auditing systems, creating the possibility for collaborative audits too. For the external institutions, we still work with CBC, the Intersite Capacity Building Committee. We also have the other institutions that you can see here, for example, GIZ and the German Cooperation. And we use all of that to strengthen the control in our regions. IDI has also been very, very useful, very helpful. And just to finish, inside our strategic plan, we have this sentence that we want to share with you. The idea of this sentence, this really represents us as a committee. Together, let us strengthen and harmonize the service of creation of competencies. So that was the presentation about the Capacity Creating Committee. And I would like to have this little moment to show you a video which exemplifies the collaborative work in our region. And that's what we do at CCC. This is all connected to governance, the international control, and we worked with the Universidad de Buenos Aires, the University of Buenos Aires, and we have a very interesting result. Now let's watch the video. So we have organized at the business college at the University of Buenos Aires. We've created that committee to answer to a real need of capacitating our staff. This master's course talks about ethics, governance, the evaluation of the internal control systems, and audits. We are talking about a performance audit, which can also be financial and related to compliance. I would like to tell you that we really unify theory and practice. One of the key points related to international control systems is to identify the norms that we have to follow connected to governmental auditing. We have the possibility of putting together different agents, different countries. It's a really good opportunity in order to have our professional skills developed, a very competent staff working with us. I really feel that all of the learning that we've had adds up to my work as an auditor, and I have incorporated many concepts in my career, in my work. I've also been enjoying and using all of those ideas to strengthen the internal control with which I work, going on steadily. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mauricio Leandro. I would like to thank Controller Perez. She needed to go back to Chile. I would like to tell you a little anecdote. Actually, a little story. Nobody is better than Chile to take care of this one committee, because public education in Chile, well, you are the ones who work with reprovals. So you're kind of old school. So if the students are not doing well, they will fail. You are not afraid of doing that. I hope you go easier on us next year. Now let's talk about Coinfra and their report. Let's move forward. So energy transition and infrastructure are very important for the future. But when the SAIs get together, those challenges become real solutions. In just 1 year, the Technical Commission of Infrastructure and Energy Transitions at OLACEF, Coinfra, has really shown how cooperation is important. We've had regional debates to come up with a guide to audit all of those points. Task forces have really developed methodologies and accelerated the creation of practical tools. Cooperative auditings have really helped us come up with collective analysis on how to work with the public and private sectors, strengthening public policies. The repertoire, this collaborative repertoire, has really improved our knowledge, given visibility to good practices, and broadening the collective learning that we need. This regional cooperation has really potentialized all of our results. And in its first year, Coinfra has really strengthened the capacity of all of the SAIs and has given public control the center in order to make it possible for us to have a low carbon economy. We really want to have a future that will be safe for the next generations. With the power of cooperation, Coinfra opens the way for Latin America and the Caribbean to be a part of the group that is all connected to a low carbon emission energy, leaving an important legacy for future generations. OLACEFS and Coinfra. So the video that we just watched talks about collective effort And this is what really has marked this first year of CoInfra. It's more than a sequence of activities. It shows the capacity of our SAIs to cooperate, innovate, build together. Something that is quite relevant for our population. Now I would like to highlight this practical guide on auditing on energy transition. This was elaborated in a participatory way. This is documented that was consolidated as an original support for the auditing of energy transition policies, always focusing on good results. This really symbolizes and represents our commitment with public control that is prepared, which is prepared for the energy transition processes. So when we think about 2026, our committee is really going to focus on strengthening capacities and the practical use of those tools and methods. Our focus now is going to be work on the creation of training programs with practical application, incorporating digital tools for external control and using CoInfra products. We really want to use all of that to help all of our teams. We want that to strengthen the SAI's capacity to evaluate public policies, which are essential for the for the sustainable development of the region. We reiterate our commitment with regional collaboration and the important role of each SAI for a resilient, transparent, and centered development based on focusing on people. I would like to thank all of the SAIs which are a part of CoInfra and their technical teams. This work was only possible thanks to your help. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. The next presentation is going to be about the SAI in Peru. We have, which counts on the population's participation, the fight against corruption, and also the strengthening of SAIs. These three pillars are very important. So maybe Chile can help us out with, Peru can help us out with that. So let's proceed and save time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Mr. Executive Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, chiefs of delegations, and also SAI directors, representatives of different supreme auditing institutions, all of those were present in the 34th Ordinary Assemblies of OLACEFS. I would like to salute you warmly. I am representing the Controller's Office, the Controller General's Office in Peru. Our our head could not be here. Unfortunately, he had another meeting. So we would like to represent him. And we would like to congratulate the president that is leaving now, and we would like to wish the best for the new president. Peru is going to have, representing Peru, I'm going to show you a little report about what we've been doing. Let's talk about the specialized committee in the fight against corruption. We call it CT. After that, we have the Population's Participation Committee. And then we have the Parliament/SAI Committee. This is the Specialized Technical Commission in the fight against corruption. It's called CTCT, and it's also a part of all of the SAIs. We're going to present their activities that were carried out in 2025 in connection with the operative plan. So everything that was projected in this plan has developed the following activities: the implementation of the original policies against corruption. CTCT gives technical support to different SAIs to apply institutional diagnosis. And at the moment, we work on a tailor-made plan to implement progressively different policies in the region. Chile is the one taking on this responsibility. We also take care of the different species in our ecosystems, and we have to take care of them in order to prevent animal trafficking. We have a general report of best practices, and we really dedicate towards the prevention of such crimes. We work with Ecuador, and we want to fight against illegal animal trafficking. So we really work with different institutions, and we work with preliminary meetings, always focusing on governmental transparency. We have meetings with the different participating SAIs, Peru, Colombia, Paraguay, and also TC in Santa Catarina, in order to revise all of the technical aspects. We have an implementation of a program called ePrevention. We've been working with the prevention with different registers and reports. In this phase, we have started a training connected to SAIs that are interested in taking part of it. This is being organized by the Brazilian Court of Accounts. I am working at TCU now, and I would like to present to you an initiative that is really transforming the way with which we prevent corruption in the public sector. It is the national program in the fight against corruption, in Spanish PNPC. It's something in Portuguese PNPC, and now we share it with all of the other members, the member countries at OLACEFS. We use an electronic platform. It's for free, and it allows each public institution to evaluate their vulnerability connected to frauds. It also allows them to come up with an action plan which is customized and tailor-made to maintain their integrity. In 2024, we capacitated and trained several representatives from different SAIs, and now its source code is available to every SAI. Every control institution is going to be able to adapt it using this source code, with the support of OLACEFS and the Court of Accounts in Brazil. Still, it is possible to count on the Brazilian team for a brief training and instructions on how to use the system in your countries. Corruption is better prevented than corrected. So let's try to work in advance and strengthen the trust of our population, and let's be more reliable, and let's be connected through integrity. We can really transform our regions. Please join our project and be part of a Latin America that is stronger and more fair and just to everyone. We have all of our products described on the website. We have updated this online channel, showing you some important and relevant information on corruption, the corruption fight. CTCT goes on promoting an international articulation for 2026. We are organizing in Lima, Peru, on the 19th and 20th of February, a regional encounter about transnational corruption fight, the fight against that kind of corruption. We really want to strengthen integrity, consolidate. We want to consolidate collective efforts. We want to gather employees and representatives of all of the SAIs in the region and also other shareholders to guarantee an international cooperation in face of this problem. The CTCT's presidency thanks you for all your participation. We would like to continue towards the accomplishment of all of our goals in our committee. Thank you. We have the Commission of Participation, and we're going to show our activities in November of 2025. We started with 13, and now we have 17 members, and we have really strengthened their capacity. Within these victories, we've had trainings and courses with 118 different professionals from 17 SAIs. This course has given concept and practical tools to incorporate that in different auditing processes. In a complementary way, we created this guide for the incorporation of the participation of the population in coordinated audits, a tool that has been created to help all of the SAIs to incorporate the communities that they serve. We finished this maturity matrix of each SAI based on this project, which counts on the SAI from Peru, and we also work together with different institutions in order to have continual improvement. In 2025, we continued working on the training and education of our collaborators. We have the following course, as you can see on screen, and now we are trying to manage how to apply all of its points. We have Declaración de Punta Cana about all of the CSDGs. We are going to create a report, a follow-up report, which will allow us to evaluate advances and opportunities. We have created a community of practice, which is made up by different participants of those courses. This community is going to facilitate the exchange of experiences within the scope of each SAI. According to the OLACEFS regulations, we are developing a draft for the elections of the new presidency of CPC. We really thank all of the SAIs, the member SAIs, who were so important and elementary for the development of all of the technical documents and the training of many professionals in different fields.
La Comisión de Parlamentos y Entidades Fiscalizadoras.
The Parliament and SAI committees from OLACEFS present the advance of its activities throughout 2025. Our annual operational plan of the year 2025 was approved on March 28th and incorporates 5 key strategic goals. The creation of a best practices manual between SAIs and Parliament, organizing the second international seminar on this relationship, proposal of the mock design on Parliaments and SAIs, proposal of a multilateral agreement and declaration for interinstitutional cooperation, a workshop for capacity building, and the activities that were conducted were the second international seminar, Integrity and Control in Democracy, in coordination with Panama's Court of Accounts and OLACEF's Executive Board. This took place in Panama with 75 participants of 18 countries, strengthening the relationship between parliaments and SAIs and boosting joint activities to improve governance, transparency, and rendering of accounts in that region. We also created a best practices guide whose consultancy was co-financed by AC Colombia, and counted on the participation of SAIs under a rigorous technical and methodological procedure, allowing us to share effective practices of institutional interaction. At the end, the 34th Ordinary Assembly will present these results, activities regarding the MOC, the proposal of the multilateral agreement, and capacity seminar, as well as the compiled best practices. CPE is integrated by 12 SAIs and held its first and second online meeting on May 27th and November 11th, where advances of the annual operational plan was presented, as well as the preliminary annual operational plan for 2026. We express our gratitude to all members that allow us to move forward in fulfilling the objectives of this commission. Thank you very much.
Con su venia solicitar
Thank you very much to Peru's SAI. I would like to anticipate item 24, since it was addressed in the video. Peru's Court of Accounts developed a best practices guide considering parliaments and SAIs.
esta asamblea se tiene
As the video provided during this assembly, we need to approve the best practices manual. And I would like to submit this to approval and consideration, therefore addressing item 24. I don't know if anyone would like to share words on that. Peru, maybe? Yes, Mr. President. The Commission of Parliament and SAIs that we preside is sure that this inspection and control function, as well as the legislative, are part of an interdependent system, a very strategic institutional relationship that is very relevant to democracy and strengthens control mechanisms as well as rendering of accounts, avoiding risks such as corruption, and fostering innovation in public governance. That is why CPE, with the technical cooperation of Citizen Action Colombia, presents a best practices guide establishing guidelines for the relationships between parliaments and SAIs as the result of a rigorous technical and methodological process that combined document analysis and direct consult and surveys among members of SAIs. This is a process that we had an active role in and were able to collect experience from. This is a regional reference document, and to reinforce that cooperation and innovate in the dialogue and follow-up mechanisms that we have, not to mention consolidate a public hearing. We believe that all of this will come together to act in favor of common good, and due to that, we would like to ask for the approval of these guidelines here at the Assembly. Thank you very much.
para aprobar el manual de buenas prácticas.
Please raise your hand if you agree with the approval. Just one thing. Minister Jorge Oliveira is working with his team on a publication that I have been told it will address the nature of SAIs of Latin America. And there's a common point in all of these organizations, which is they all answer to Parliament. We can call them Court of Accounts, Controller, Offices of Controllers, but all of them are designated by the legislatures of our countries, and that is why this relationship commission between Court of Accounts, Congress, parliaments, etc., is extremely important. There is a constant interaction with political entities, and in fact, these guidelines will be extremely useful to our institute. Now we will have the intervention of the President of the Commission of Assessment of Performance of the SAIs from in the field of communication and TI, as well as gender, inclusion, and diversity, responsible for Argentina's audit. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we begin addressing the activities performed by these three committees, over which the Court of Accounts of Argentina presides, I would like to say in the name of the Comptroller General, Francisco Javier Fernandes, I would like to thank Camilo Benitez Saldaña and all of his team for the professionalism and generosity that they have always had with us, with our country, and for the joint work that we have conducted. Thank you very much, and have no doubt that this work will continue, these cooperations will continue. I would also like to thank the Executive Secretariat that is providing us with unwavering support. A special salute to all of our audit colleagues. I'd also like to take the opportunity to congratulate Brazil's Court of Accounts for its new administration, and thank Minister Vital Rego for this excellent organization, for this event that, in my opinion, and I believe those of all my other colleagues from Argentina, has been unforgettable. It's my first time in Fortaleza, a beautiful place to be. I do expect to come back, but this time on vacation. Thank you very much. I wish you all the success in the world, and count on us for whatever you need. Now we're going to look at 3 videos. And we have CJID that we're going to talk about it. Let's play the video.
En este 2025, la CETIC
In 2025, according to OLACEF Strategy 6, we concentrated on artificial intelligence applied to audits, and we're able to achieve wonderful things. We deepened the diagnosis on SAIs and OLACEF's digitization. We also promoted other activities, and in that route, we drove several support activities, meetings that aimed to explore essential themes in data science and big data, cybersecurity consults, as well as digital signatures, advances in eliminating paper from our organizations, information systems applied to audits, and to complete our long cycle within this assembly, we also promoted artificial intelligence applied to audits, shared experiences with SAIs of Argentina and Mexico. We want to thank all of the institutions and our colleagues for the commitment and cooperation, as well as the support during this joint work. It has been an honor to share this cooperative space and to strengthen all our connections, in addition to obtaining all of the goals that we have. Thank you for your support. Success to those who preside the committee from now on. And may we continue the joint work. Thank you very much. The Committee on Gender Inclusion and Diversity works to promote equality, inclusion, diversity as the main pillars. In 2025, the Commission strengthened its work in 4 key areas. Through the training plan, learning to transversalize, we had workshops such as development of capacities within gender and experiences with exchanges and tools. We also developed a cycle of debates on gender and diversity in a cooperative space that better boosts the continuation of institutional policies, strengthening our inspection role on gender. We also advanced in the virtual course on disabilities to foster respect and diversity within SAIs. Our gender equality and diversity commission also focused on several programs, among them the initiation of the gender and discrimination policy within SAIs. We tried to consolidate tools for institutional planning. Throughout the year, we had awareness campaigns and celebratory activities such as March 8th, the International Women's Day, and the day recognizing violence against women, as well as human rights. Projects and strategic alliances, we consolidated our cooperation with Germany through GIZ, participating as a technical liaison. Together with GIZ and Comtema, we led sustainable infrastructure with climate justice perspective and developed preliminary studies on climate justice that addresses the problems surrounding human rights and environment, also including the role of the SAI. For the coordinated audit on SDG 5, focused on gender, we had PNUD specialist participations, as well as several international institutions. In 2026, we will lead a coordinated audit together with 20 SAIs from LATAM and the Caribbean. In addition, we will boost research diagnosis on capacities. We will have our Genera tool CGID continues to work for inclusion, diversity, and gender to be a reality, gender respect to be a reality throughout the region, promoting equality and fostering change.
Disculpe, señor presidente, que hubo una falla con...
I'm sorry, Mr. President, there was a little something with the sound in the first video. And I would like to talk about that, what we see in the images of the main activities. We had a very important seminar called CDI. We also had a contest, and we'll talk about that in a bit. We had assistance from AC Columbia as well for a special audit. Thank you very much, and I apologize for the technical failure.
Equipo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, a wonderful team in this ever so important committee. We really missed you, I have to say, and thank you very much for your participation and cooperation. The next report is going to be about Contema. The Controller General's office in Paraguay would like to say that we've been trying to continue with our work and continue the work of the SAI from Brazil as they were in charge of Contema. That the project is called Climate Scanner. So we have elaborated a document on sustainable infrastructure with a social justice perspective. Yesterday, Graciela, together with Mario, gave us a good presentation about climate justice. We've been collaborating with SAI Colombia in the elaboration of a methodological guide for sustainable infrastructure, and we would like to highlight the environmental auditing systems and institutions inside INTERSAI. This cooperation is truthfully very important, and we would like to proceed with it, to proceed with all of the work that we are doing with Contema. Now we're going to have the best governance, the good governance president from Ecuador. You have the word, Mr. Controller. Thank you. Thank you very much, Camilo. Good morning. Good morning, authorities, OLACEFS colleagues. As the Accountant General from Ecuador, it is an honor for me to address you today. Today, I'm very happy to present to you a video from our Technical Committee on Good Governance, and also a video about good practices at OLACEFS. I would like to thank you very much, all of the SAIs, the SAIs that really have worked with us this year, and all of those who have also trusted us for the continuation of our projects from 2026 to 2028. I would like to thank and congratulate the Court of Accounts in Brazil. And congratulations for your presidency, the presidency of OLACEFS. So, Mr. President, I would like to present a video that we prepared. Accountability Report of 2025. Representing Mauricio Torres, Controller General from Ecuador and President of the Technical Committee of Good Governance of OLACEFS. We would like to salute the SAIs that make up our region. Due to our assembly, the present assembly, we are very happy to present to you the Accountability Report of 2025 related to good governance, which is a reflection of the collaborative work towards transparency and the strengthening of good governance, and all of the SAIs in LATAM and the Caribbean. We count on 16 SAIs in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is under the command of Ecuador, according to the election in unison for the period of 2023 to 2025, and and that has been renovated for 2026 to 2028 due to the integrity and constitutional transparency that we've been providing. We've been developing an innovative study, and this committee fosters an institution that is more transparent and trustworthy. In 2025, our committee has come up with 4 strategic projects focused on strengthening the technical cooperation among the many SAIs and evaluate good governance in our region. For that, we have developed an integral study on the application of good governance tools, promoting a space for interchange and for the interchange of experiences. We're going to show to you the results of each of those projects. The first of them was the radiography of good governance. So now we have radiography of good governance, which are tools that help us with evaluating of the application of the tools of the institutional tools of our organization to identify common challenges and opportunities for improvement. We've been working with 6 important keys. We have the measurement of the performance of each SAI. We have InterSaint. We have indicators of participation of the citizens. And we also have public governance. These are 4 of the first ones. We're going to talk to you about the 2 latter ones. We have worked on the consolidation of an important basis. And the findings of this study shows a comparison between what we used to do before as SAIs and how we have evolved. And we see the persisting challenges that we still have to tackle. We would like to include that in our report, thus strengthening the analysis of our cooperation, also consolidating new shared capacities. Still, we want to work with technical assistance that will guarantee the application of all of those norms with coherence and transparency and accountability. It is a work that offers a technical basis for the strengthening of public governance in the region, and we would like to invite you all to get to know more about it on the official website of our committee. We also worked with webinars, and we conceived as a collaborative space for the exchange of experiences among many SAIs. We had 4 online webinars held between July and November of 2025, and those counted on the participation of more than 300 participants of each SAI in the region. We worked on public integrity and institutional alliances, highlighting El Salvador, Venezuela, Mexico, and Ecuador, and also the Canadian Audit and Accountability Foundation. And also we had the Committee Against Drug and Crime. So this study, Radiography of Good Governance, was very important to establish a space for mutual learning and exchange. We've also worked on the testimonials of authorities from Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Puerto Rico, Mexico, Belize, Colombia, and Ecuador. This initiative really wants to observe how this commitment is being followed, working with ethics and also the population's participation. We want to work on a culture of good governance based on shared values, projecting before this international community a region that moves together and in unity. In 2025, the Technical Committee of Good Governance has also included indigenous peoples in their initiatives, always thinking about equality and having inclusivity as parts of our pillars. Venezuela and Ecuador have helped us with that. We worked on the systematization of results in different languages, the translation of summaries of the audits, and also the design of materials that can be culturally pertinent. And with these actions, we want to reinforce an inclusive governance that recognizes diversity, culturally speaking. It's also aiming to strengthen the connection between SAIs and indigenous peoples. We also reiterate our commitment with transparency and regional cooperation. We would like to thank you all, SAIs, for the work that you've been doing. Of course, we have to remember the other partners that have been working in tandem with us. We would like to say that governance, good governance, is the way towards better results.
Bueno, Camilo, muchas gracias.
Camilo, thank you very much. I would like to take the chance to thank you for the support. We really expect that the new presidency also continues counting on us, and all of the member countries are invited to always count on us too. Thank you. Thank you, Controller Mauricio, for your contribution, for your friendship. We really hope that within a short time, we may be able to go to Quito to visit you at home. We've been really working closely with you, and I would like to now move forward to point 22, the organization of the 35th the 35th General Assembly in Cali, sorry. So maybe we can have it in July instead, because we're going to have the end of one of our representatives' mandate in August. And we also have the issue connected to the World Cup. So I would like to coordinate that with the controller from Colombia. Maybe we can set up a date that will be more convenient to everybody. All of us want to go to Colombia, but we also want to watch the matches, the games. And I would also like to ask all of the present here to take the official photo. Some of our representatives need to travel, so we need to take this moment. Let's take advantage of it. We're going to take an official photo now, and then we're going to continue with the assembly.
Sí, muchas gracias. ¿Quiere hacerse más para adelante o está bien? Lo que pues necesitaría quitar esto, a ver. Aquí estoy bien. ¿Quién está aquí, Camilo? ¿Cómo está ella? A ver, sus piernas. Ahí están, mira. Bonito. Señor, ¿todo bien? Me escribió Víctor, no sé qué. Muchísimas gracias. Ah, yo entendí Butcher, dice que yo leí Volver a México. A ver qué me escribió Víctor. Ah. Mm. A ver.
Listos, vamos con desastres.
Es esa, ¿no?
Sí.
Seguimos con nuestro orden del día. El siguiente punto es el informe del Grupo de Trabajo sobre Fiscalización.
The work group on disaster management inspection within the goal of sustainable development. It will be spoken of by Mexico. Thank you very much as president of the work group on disaster supervision. Allow me to present the report on the activities conducted throughout 2025. This year, we are consolidating imported advances in the first phase of our supervision platform, considering disaster risk, with an aim to boost regional cooperation that strengthens our control capacities within the field of disaster risk. I would like to invite you to watch the following video that summarizes what was achieved throughout this period. We would like to thank all the SAEIs in the group for their active participation and support, which made this work possible. Thank you very much. We can begin the video if you so desire.
Desde su creación en 2000.
Since its creation in 2019, the work group on disaster management supervision GTFD, in the mark of the Sustainable Development Framework of OLACEFS, has consolidated a cooperative space that is regional and committed to transparency, rendering of accounts, and integral management of disaster risk. Throughout the years, the work group has reaffirmed its role as a technical articulator and its role in this sense, strengthening SAI's competencies among LATAM and the Caribbean. In 2024, GTFD finished the first step of the integral management supervision for disaster risk. It's a very innovative tool that addresses key issues on budget methodology and audits with a view to strengthen cooperative actions among SAIs and improve governmental control of these risks. We also implemented a design thinking course, a participative meeting that brought together Argentina, Belize, Brazil, Guatemala, Honduras, Chile, Mexico, Nicaragua, and Peru. Through these collaborative work sessions, we developed a prototype for a functional platform that was accessible and that analyzes data, the framework of the Sendai for reducing disaster risk. As part of our commitment to strengthen competencies, GTFD also brought together SAIs for a number of trainings and dialogues, emphasizing conferences and seminars organized by the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. The European SAIs, the University of Mexico, and the Institute for Development of Supervision, CADEFs, of the Federation, all came together for this. We addressed biodiversity, critical infrastructure, resilience, and the role of technology in reducing the risk of disasters with an interdisciplinary view toward public sector. We implemented instruments to strengthen SAIs. The presidency of GTFD took part in the first ordinary meeting of the the LATAM and Caribbean Women's Network. Within that space, we emphasize the role of women in reducing risks and building communities and promoting inclusive policies. GTFD SAIs participated in webinars recognizing the memory and resistance and as well as reconstruction based on women's voices. The presence of GTFD expresses it. Everyone from GTFD, all members expressed their gratitude for the dedication, contributions, and trust. Thanks to that cooperation, we move forward toward a more strategic, humane, and transforming control that places resilience and control at the center of LATAM and the Caribbean, generating public value with best practices in control. Good afternoon, Mr. Davy. Let's move forward. I grant the floor to the President of SIR under the leadership of SAI from Chile. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We presented our FSIR framework on Monday. So right now, all we want to do is play a video, and that would be our report. Therefore, we also contribute to optimizing time. Welcome. This is EFSR, our annual summary of our main activities from 2025. In November of 2024, we held the 38th General Assembly of EFSR with the participation of all the SAIs of South America, a key space for regional dialogue and technical coordination. One of the marks was the launch of the coordinated audit on environmental change, deforestation, and corruption, presided by Chile's SAI. Between February and March, the presidency of EFSR held a regional council to identify the strengths and areas of interest of the member control entities. The result was a consolidated report that promotes technical cooperation among institutions. The SAI of the country as executive secretary advanced in the development of Genera, which is a tool that incorporates gender perspective, institutional audits, and public policies. In addition, we led a coordinated audit on SDG 8.5 focused on full and decent work, and this audit will be a pilot work to generate even more competencies. Last, Ecuador's SAI continues to update legislative bulletins with the support of the member SAIs in order to compilate and systematize key information. Thank you very much, Leandro. Now let's continue the intervention. Melanie? President Camilo Benitez. I'm sorry, please. I thank you very much. Thank you very much. But let's move on, right? General Secretary of the Commission from Panama. I will say that we no longer have small countries. Panama, in the last 11 years, has been advancing. Now let's move, we're going to make it to the World Cup. Just watch. Vital Rego, I congratulate you on this organization, and we are very surprised, actually. I have been watching all presentations, and I really wanted to know from everyone's words. They were all so deep and informative. I congratulate you. I know that you are going to be an excellent president given Brazil's experience, and that is very important to us Panamanians. We are leaving our position as an observant member and trying to be more active. Brazil is very important to Panama's economy. First of all, I'd like to recognize the talent and efforts in education. We have a number of Brazilian companies within the field of technology. I congratulate you on Brazil's leadership regarding climate change, environment. Yesterday, I heard that 80% of Brazil's energy matrix is made up of clean energy, and that surprised me. I was also surprised with the presentations including that from David Columinares, who is always very supportive of organizations. And I was surprised in a very good way. I congratulate the teams and everyone else. There are a few messages that I really held on to, like that from Guatemala. The municipalities that are controlled by the SAIs, 96% of the country is already subject to these policies. And in Chile, when they presented the sick leaves, the issue they have with sick leave and fake doctor certificates, I said, wow. Not to mention child support. Panama were very strict on this as well. I found it very important. In Brazil, we had the audit on climate change, and that for us, we suffer tremendously with climate change, and that, of course, affects the budgets of our countries. Therefore, this subject is very important when connected to audits, in addition to preventative actions through our audits. We draw attention to what was learned regarding these important subjects. I congratulate the 22 members of this organization, their awareness, the vision that you have through and for this organization. We need each other, small, medium, large. I salute the OLACEFS president, Mr. Flores. And of course, you already know Melanie. And that's why I'm always at her side. She really, really helps me. She's able to see things that I am not, maybe because of her height and of course her experience in these organizations. I'm just kidding. So, Mr. Camilo, I will ask Melanie to talk with you about this presentations. Mr. Ventura, thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't name you in the beginning. Melanie is a little bit prettier than the both of us together, you know, so probably that's why I prefer to say her name, maybe. And, you know, in the World Cup, I'm going to be with Panama. It's my adoptive country, and we're going to have to play against Argentina and Brazil. And we're going to have to really get into it. It's going to be complicated. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Melanie. Good morning. Thank you for this beautiful introduction. Due to time restraints, let's just dive into it and see the main activities conducted in 2025 in Panama as the president of OLACEFS. Let's look at this. Last May, we had our ordinary General Assembly in Roatan, Honduras. Technical sessions on the fight against corruption, empowerment of new generations, risk management. Those are some of the themes that we address in the panels, and that we can conclude by saying that we allowed each SAI to come together in their fight against corruption and their ways of rendering accounts, in addition to the use of AI. Innovation, control, and capacity building as well. We identified institutional best practices within what is now a mark of our presidency and emerging technologies that can be exchanged between our several groups. Among our commitments, one would be to boost continuous capacity building, awareness, and promoting alliances with educational institutions. As one of the emphasis of this encounter, we had meetings with the president of Honduras and are coming together in our efforts to have a strategic point of view regarding the rest of our administration. As the executive secretariat, we also have a few initiatives that may be presented to the General Assembly as we move on, to then be brought to OLACEFS as something more significant. Within our work groups, committees, task forces, etc., I'll talk about the most important actions, such as, for example, the Committee for Capacity Building. We held a few conferences called How to address corruption and other integrity risks in climatic financing. We had a number of webinars on how to transform AI, the audit practices of SAIs, an audit on SDGs, environmental audits, which are very important to our work in the region. In CTIC matters, we are expanding on what was mentioned yesterday, internal controls. We developed a platform through the SAI of Panama with the support of GIZ. And through technology, we intend to strengthen institutional capacities in our internal control institutes. This platform will be available to all SAI members of OLACEFS as of next week. All you have to do is, well, actually, we'll be forwarding this to someone who should manifest their interest so that we can continue the next steps, where we will be establishing the details of this contract for the implementation, and we can establish what resources will be available and the full list by Panama of requirements to use this tool. I think we have a video, right? Well, we'll be forwarding all of this, so don't worry. Sky is a platform from SAI that strengthens internal audits in the public sector. From the first access, the user will see a table with key statistics, planned audits, executions, interviews, together with advanced indicators of the annual operational plan. It is automatically updated and will be available with filters per year, field, along with a more detailed interactive analysis. Each entity will place its internal audit team in the system, as well as the administrative departments to be audited. You can determine everything by state or department. All data can be exported at any time with all visible columns. You can see all of the units here. And this will help instruct the teams. We have an address on risks, audited units, the type of audit dates, etc. We also define the goals and the reach of each audit. This system is going to automatically calculate the date that the audit should end, and we can also insert the data manually. We can upload budgets, we can save histories, and everything will be available for the control agency. We can also consult in real time the advances made, filter and export this information, as well as save everything for the purpose of planning actions and etc. We can also have centralized reports and promote comparisons between different institutions. We can locate all internal audit departments with a single click. We can register numbers, auditors, totals, results. If there are any findings, they are classified by risk type, and the system also promotes automatic monitoring. When we have high-risk findings, we identify those responsible, send it to the audit committee. We can register unplanned audits, and after approval, we can integrate them to the system. We reduce the use of papers, we automated processes, generated indicators, and saved time and detected weaknesses in internal procedures. It's a commitment to transparency, continuous improvement in Panama.
With that, I would like to tell you that this is something that was developed by the SAI in Panama within the with the help of OLACEFS and GIZ. So this tool has really transformed the way by means of which we audit our internal control institutions. Whether the Court of Accounts, the Ministry of International Relations, anything that is out of our scope. With that, when it comes to CTIC, we see as some improvements that can be done. Well, we can update our website. And we have done that, in fact. We've had a voting session in our previous session, and together with our Image and Communication Committee, we had a positive positive response. And you will see that both our websites and our logos have changed. So all of the graphic part of it has been modernized, and it looks more dynamic on an international level. We use this website to show the Paraguay's work. It's a reference of what we can do at OLACEFS, and we can replicate that to other institutions too. Yesterday we talked a bit about. We spoke to Ministro Vital do Rego. All of those things are going to be conceptualized, and we're going to come up with a demo for next assembly. We've been trying to propose a digital transformation process to have a unified system for budgetary control. So we're going to involve budgets too, using different committees and connect them to sub-regional groups. Even the presidency of OLACEFS will be included too. We want visibility, not just once a year, but continuously. We really want it to be done on a regular basis. We have detected this from an institutional committee that we have about international affairs, where we have identified challenges. For example, the lack of a centralized control. We don't have a unique or single system for budgetary control. We also have inefficient manual processes, and we have some difficulties with regional connection. Whenever we think about the Caribbean, for example, where this cooperation, this connection is not as easy as it is in Cuba. So using this platform that is going to be made available within a few months, we're going to see transparency and accountability in our organization. And then the operational efficiency, its operational efficiency is going to be improved. We're going to be able to understand what each SAI is doing and how we can make better use of all of our assets. So this was a general overview. It was an overview of everything that we have. From those examples, we can see what are the projects being developed, what are the dispositions of this committee, and the percentages of its operation too. And then we can see the remaining balance and contrast it with our budget. And then we can see if it's a human resource problem or a financial resource problem. So we can look within our structure to see how we are executing those plans according to each committee. So basically, this is what we have been trying to do at OLACEFS. I would like to thank you for your trust in us. We've been working really hard to convey this good image in our region. And count on us. Feel free. Thank you very much, Dr. Melanie Ventura. And thank you. Would like to thank the Controller General's office in Panama too. It's going to be very useful for all of our institutions in Latin America. I would like to acknowledge the different authorities here representing and representatives of OLACEFS who have presented your reports. Dear members, we would like you to raise your hand in approval of all of the reports presented here. Thank you very much. Now we're going to point number 7. We're going to talk about financial audit and the approval of the financial states of OLACEFS. We're going to hand it over to the Court of Accounts from Uruguay. And they are going to share with us the results of their financial audits on our organization. Thank you, Mr. President, and dear colleagues. We are very happy to be with all of you. I'm very happy to be here representing Uruguay. And as external auditors, I'm going to read some of the aspects, substantial aspects, that are present in our document about the financial states of OLACEFS. We have Dr. Camilo Benitez from the Controller General's office in Paraguay. We have some institutions that have been audited by means of his help. And we really have had a view about our financial state that was very useful until December 2024. And throughout the year of 2025, we were able to actually have some implementation of good policies in our institution. According to what we believe to be right, those institutions show in all of their they show their financial situation, and we see that the results of their operation is quite successful and satisfactory.
NIF.
This is all following the international guidelines. We are trying to follow all of the applicable norms. During this audit, we weren't able to verify any sort of norms that are not being fulfilled.
Sector público y 200 y las
We are following SI 2200 and 2810. It's all been under the responsible of our court, and all of those are being described in more details in our legal documentations. This court is independent of all OLACEFS, and we follow an ethics code which has been elaborated together with INTESAI. All of this evidence is enough for us to have a reasonable basis on which to sustain this evaluation. The Executive Secretariat of OLACEFS is responsible for the presentation of the financial reports according to the international norms that regulate them according to our constitution. The Executive Secretariat responsible for the internal control finds it necessary to allow these financial reports to be rid of frauds and mistakes. The Secretariat is responsible for those financial reports of OLACEFS. It's the responsibility of the Court of Accounts, that will contribute to reasonable security so that we may be rid of significant problems due to frauds and errors. And we have to work with a high level of security in order to guarantee that those auditing processes are going to be free of significant discrepancies. We see that in all its entirety, our reports are expected to be quite trustworthy, truthful, and reliable, and that is not going to have a negative impact on the economy. I would like to highlight that this document has included in it consistencies with other policies in our country. And we see that the results of this report are valid, which is very important. And it was made possible due to our review work. The text that has been validated is following all of the standards and patterns as described by international norms. It is opportune to remind you that it has already been presented to you It was done so in our last meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much. So please raise your hand if you approve of that report. And to advance to the next point, let's move forward. The next report, we're going to have the Republic of Honduras. Good morning, everyone. Dear members of OLACEFS, dear members of the SAIs, it is an honor for me to be here addressing you during the 34th Extraordinary Assembly. I would like to tell you how grateful I am. I would like to thank the Court of Accounts in Brazil for their hospitality, which has been exceptional, and also for the organization of this event. And that has allowed all of the SAIs to really narrow their links and their bonds, to strengthen their bonds in the region, due to the responsibility that has been assigned to us when it comes to our re-election, occupying this post, this position. The Court of Accounts of Honduras really thanks you for the opportunity of showing you the management auditing report, which was created by our Court of Accounts, especially in the committee related to gender equality, inclusivity, inclusiveness, and equality. This committee, as a specialized committee inside our organization, has really played a fundamental role in the promotion of cooperation among different parties. We've been working with gender equality, diversity, not just among the different SAIs, but also among the different committees and work groups that make up OLACEFS. Our main goal in auditing, which we present today, is to evaluate the effectiveness of our organizations which are a part of this committee from January 2025 to June 2025. So what we want is to measure the impact and the efficiency of our different initiatives, tools, and experiences. Everything that has been implanted with a single objective of promoting our competencies related to these essential subjects, that will all contribute to the exercising of an equal governance and auditing. We're going to tell you what the results were as we work collectively and in a collaborative way for our institutions to always be gender equality friendly, diversity friendly too. So please feel free to show us the video. In Honduras, we really take gender equality and diversity and inclusiveness very seriously. According to Article 24 of the second chapter of our Constitution, it has been established that OLACEFS will be submitted to an annual audit according to what has been established by the Directive Council. So Honduras has been chosen as the management auditor from 2024 to 2025. I'm sorry. So the Court of Accounts on Honduras has created the Committee on Gender Equality, Inclusiveness, and Diversity, which is a technical organism which aims to foster cooperation in the development of different professional capacities in our institutions, all connecting all of that to gender equality, inclusiveness, and diversity. We really want to have everyone involved, OLACEFS, SAIs, and other shareholders. The management auditing team has been working in a reliable way, verifying all of the management that is in place from 2024 to 2025. We want to see if CGIT has really been taken into account all of the principles related to compliance. We're really focused on the results and the outcome, evaluating if CGIT has really attained the expected results. The effectiveness audit is focused on being able to understand to what extent we've been able to follow the requirements. And we have a general objective too, which is to evaluate the effectiveness of CGIT from January 2024 to June 2025. Always bearing in mind those 3 points already mentioned in order to have a development of the professional capacities of each SAI. The most important advances or progresses that have happened are here. We have 3. We have approved an auditor to carry out this auditing process. This auditor was chosen according to his experience. Number 2, we decided to perform an auditing process after having a draft. And number 3, the Court of Accounts in Honduras has officially communicated the beginning of this audit process. Number 4, our group has already solicited and requested information from CGIT in order to have a better basis of work. Number 5, we have defined the objectives, the scope, and also the focus of this work. And in order to get to the best results possible, we conducted surveys and interviews with different questions, always including issues connected to gender equality, inclusiveness, and diversity. We still need to review this report for our internal institutions of control. In January of 2025, we will do another review through our auditing team, and in February of 2026, we're going to have it all presented to OLACEFS and also CGIT. The Supreme Court of Accounts in Honduras is really committed to contribute towards transparency, accountability among the different committees, work groups, in order to really fulfill all of the OLACEF's objectives. Our objective is to really boost good practices connected to control and also our governmental impacts. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have to raise our hand to approve of this report. Feel free. It has been approved. Now let's talk about the operational plans. And in order to continue with this point, we're going to have the executive secretary. I'm going to hand it over to my friend next to me. In 2025, many of the OLACEF's institutions have planned 63 activities and 174 specific activities. We have introduced some activities that will really help us attain our objectives. On the 30th of October, we've seen some progress connected to all of those activities. We've had 60% of all of those activities being concluded. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. This has been approved. We have approved the report connected to the quota of members. Thank you very much.
con su venia, señor presidente, los pagos de membresía.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and the rest of our members. The report of the full members. We have $57,000, what is equivalent to 67% of the associate members. 68,300 equivalent to 63% of paying members. In total, we have 235,300, which means 100% of full members. Of the full members, we received $157,000, equivalent to 67% in payments. From associate members, 78,300, 33%. In total, we received 235,300, equivalent to 100%. Full members have paid 100% in their dues. From associate members, we received 97% of the total of receivables. In total, we have 99% of payments already provided. All we're missing is Santa Fe province of Argentina. This is not Argentina's SAI. It is an institute associated to their Court of Accounts in the amount of $2,700. That is those are their dues. Okay, thank you very much. The budget available. We've seen everything on the budget. I am going to grant the floor. The budget approved for 2025 is 384,897.63 cents. The budget that is compromised is 24,587.07, and payables are 157,365.16. During this exercise, we have an available budget of 2,003,945.40 cents. Here in this slide, we can see some details and on what is available for it to be used. Our cash flow for 2025 that came in during the year was 2025 quotas per member, 232,600, 2024 members, 2,700, and agreement 1,211, 2015, 5,176.97. Our revenue in total was 240,467.97 cents. We have payments performed during 2024, 56,517.57 cents, and those in 25 totaling 156,365.16. Total expenses were 212,882.73. Our balance in the OLACEFS resources account as of November 20th, 2025, 1,136,424.10 cents. Our IDB resources account as of 20th of November of 2025, 12,763.78. Our total balance of resource accounts as of November 20th of 2025, you can see below. That is all, Mr. President. Thank you very much. The annual operation plan of 2025 and the progress of these operational definitions are to be performed under the Executive Secretariat. Thank you very much. Based on the annual operational plans and the presidency, the Executive Secretariat began planning for 2025 and 2026. This was developed, modified, and is underway. We have a few aspects of the 2026 plan that we would like to go over. The Executive Secretariat team has conducted some meetings, received proposals from different instances, trying to find a consensus among activities, and of course, combining the budget that we have that is taken into consideration. We will be issuing a report trying to conduct an extraordinary meeting of the Directive Council so that we can place everything under consideration and approve what has been planned if everyone is in agreement. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. The next point is requesting membership request by Aruba Count of Accords. Thank you very much, Mr. President. In August of 2025, on the 20th, we received a formal request from the Aruba Court of Accounts to be incorporated into OLACEFS. We forwarded this to the presidency that issued a report concluding that the Aruba Count of Accords does comply with the requirements needed and therefore requests its inclusion. This was forwarded to our legal department that issued a document recommending that we continue the admissional process. It is believed that Aruba's Court of Accounts complies with all criteria to be able to be inserted within the organization. Therefore, we request approval for this application. A round of applause and welcome to Aruba. Thank you very much we are very happy to see that you want to take part in the organization. We really hope that Aruba can host an event. Therefore, that way we can visit you, and that will be wonderful. Now we have something from the presidency of OLACEFS that will begin its mandate in 2026. Once again, I grant the floor to the Executive Secretariat. Well, we now state that the current committee has completed its administration. The Disaster Inspection Group is also ending its mandate. Task will be completed until 2026. CTIX, CTP, BG have concluded their processes. And that is what we have to inform. The next words are from the finance auditor, and then we will be electing the management auditor of 2027. I understand that this will be ratified, that the courts that are exercising this position currently, Honduras and one other, will be ratified as of now. A motion was made for Uruguay's mandate as financial auditor and Honduras for management auditor. Next, we have the election of technical themes for the Ordinary Assembly of 2026. Secretary, the word is yours. The floor is yours. We have received 15 proposals for technical themes from different members, either full or associate, and we consider full members. We consider the following proposals: Sustainable Development Challenges and Opportunities for Control Institutes, presented by Paraguay's SAI, with support from SAIs that are part of the Adapta Infra. Second, inspection based on data-based inspection to avoid elephants in the room and others. The third theme, experiences of SAIs in inspection of health institutes with a view to regularize and standardize these approaches. We have financial in order to guarantee the actual independence and sustainability of SAIs in terms of budget. That is a proposal from Panama. I believe we can vote on the themes that we can all manifest our vote and count them to see what comes up. I'm sorry, we don't see the technical themes on the screen, those that should be voted. So these four here. We have four themes, sorry. Six, four. I'm going to repeat the first theme, sustainable infrastructure, opportunities and challenges to control of SAIs, presented by Paraguay together with Adapta Infra. Second, non-concluded works in Latin America, data-based inspection to prevent white elephants and lost public infrastructure, followed by SAI experiences in supervising health entities as those in charge of management and regularization of policies and service provision in health. Normative, institutional, and financial mechanisms to ensure real independence, sustainability, and transparency. These are all important themes. In the first, I think that is a recommendation for the Adapta Infra Group within sustainable infrastructure. So I would vote on that one, but all of the themes, Colombia's proposal as well. We know there's a great trajectory of Colombia's SAI regarding those works that never come to an end, and then administrations change and they are left dangling. Also, Panama's proposal, of course, talking about norms and regulations. Unfortunately, we can only choose two. Would anyone like to comment on any of these themes? If not, then we can commence our vote. Let's begin by voting on theme number 1. Ten votes for theme 1. Theme number 2. On white elephant inspections and control in public infrastructure. Nine votes. Theme 3. Experiences of SAIs in health entities, in the administration and regularization of these entities. Theme 3. 4, actually. On the management of government in general on SAIs. Interference of government on SAIs or in SAIs.
Ok, quedan aprobados los temas 1 y
We have theme 1 and 2 that were approved, respectively from Paraguay and Colombia. I would love to ask for one more to be worked on, but as you said very correctly, all 4 themes are very important, very pertinent. Yes. It's what happens every year. Unfortunately, we need to make a decision. We need to vote. And it's a hard feat. I think some of you actually voted more than once. I saw that there were people that voted on each and every one, and it's hard. Next, we have the presentation of the Genera tool.
Argentina, adelante por favor.
Presidente, vamos a pedir la proyección de un video.
Mr. President, we are going to quickly reproduce a video. The developers of this tool will connect from where they are.
Nació del compromiso de un grupo de mujeres de la Auditoría General de la Nación Argentina para incorporar.
Genera was born from a group of women from Argentina's SAI to address the aspect of gender in the public sector. It was created by women, consolidated as a way to audit and rethink public management. The idea was to audit public policies with the gender approach to promote justice and inclusion. The technical team is developing a virtual platform and a learning space as well as exchange space. The idea is to bring capacity building to the institutions. Today, Genera is consolidated as a regional tool used by different SAIs and audit institutes. Nationally speaking, it advances implementing the measurement of inclusion under the perspective of gender within institutions and in public policies within the Ministry of the Secretariat of Health. It is an Argentinian tool adapted to the world that supports gender audits everywhere, created by women, applied by SAIs, implemented in national organizations. Genera continues to grow by sharing and transforming the way we audit.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to show you some of the progresses that we've had in our audits with Genera. I'm going to share with you a presentation. It's very, very short. It's going to be brief. So this tool was projected for people who work with auditing. We want them to have this integral view that is connected to gender equality. We work with 2 markers. Number 1 analyzes the institutional gender equality, and number 2, we work with public policies. I'm going to tell you a little bit about those tools, about how that is being done in Argentina. And I'm going to share with you what we've been doing with EFSUA. We've created a task force. We've had many meetings in 2024 and 2025. We've had interchange. We've had debates. We started with consensus indicators that can be used on a regional level, and we want to use them in coordinated audits too. I would like to thank you very much. Thank you for the space that you've given us. Nadia Ruiz is going to tell us a little bit more about those axes, those pillars. Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the chance of presenting these elements. So maybe we can move forward to the next slide. So the first one is about the institutional environment. So we have some dimensions with which we work. We work with people management and continuous improvement. And all of those dimensions have sub-dimensions too. In number one, we have different ways to apply those that perspective, and we have to work with gender perspective, taking into account all of those that are parts of the first pillar. Still talking about the second pillar, whenever we work with public policies and gender, well, as the name itself indicates, we are connected to the creation of public policies. We think about their formulation, their projecting, their creation and design and evaluation too. We have two sub-dimensions and indicators for those pillars, as already said. We have a procedures manual where we're able to see all of the necessary information to work on this auditing and also work with the indicators. I'm going to move forward to the next slide now. We're going to talk about what we've been able to attain throughout all of this work that we've been doing with FSWOOD. I also have to show you what we've been doing, what we were able to present to you during the OLACEFS Assembly 2024 and 2025. So we really want to bring people together in order to use this tool, in order to have gender equality at the top of our priorities. We really want it to be something very important. This tool is being applied in different works in our region and also in the count of accounts in Uruguay. We've done an audit connected to pillar number 1, and we've worked with the Republic of Chile. As for us, in the general Auditors General, the Auditor General's office, we see an analysis of those two pillars, and we see how they work together. And we see that Argentina has been working with FSWOOD, and we've been working with different SDGs, focusing on gender equality and also people with disabilities. The Genera tool really fosters capacitation and training. The training of people. This is what we've been working on. We've been trying to create training, and we've also provided technical assistance to the teams that have been doing the auditing processes. Right now we are developing an IT system to upload data, and also we are working on a results report. This is not just an indicator, but it's also a platform that really facilitates learning and changes our focus when it comes to auditing. We know that those audits we know that they need to count on gender perspective and gender equality. Thank you very much for your attention. We have some contact information over there and a QR code where you can see that in more detail. You can see some more information about this tool. We are at your disposal for any questions that you might have. Thank you very much for the presentation of this important tool. The next point, we're going to talk about OLACEFS activities with IDI. We're going to talk about OCDE and GIZ and ACE Colombia. We're going to have some representatives from IDI. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. There you go. We've got our slides over there. All right, I'm going to use the little controller here. And before receiving it, I would like to salute Benito Saldana. Congratulations for your presidency, for your management. We would like to thank you for your support that you've given us. Thank you very much, all the members of the Court of Accounts, Minister Vital Dorrego, who is taking the lead in this organization. We would like to salute the board of directors of our federation too. So IDI, it's being developed, it's under development, and it's going to continue doing so. We're counting on different initiatives that had started in previous years. So we have an overview. We have some initiatives that started in 2024 and really want to continue working on all of those until 2029. We want to work with digitalization, the trustworthiness of our institutions. We want to be viewed positively by the populations. We really want to walk in tandem with the SAIs and have that logic incorporated. And we want to be in a better coordination in order to have those goals attained. That's why we have constant meetings on a regular basis. And we've been working with the Committee of Creation of Competencies. And we use that in order to observe what is being done. It's true that we still haven't formalized all of the aspects related to it, but our friends from the Court of Accounts have been present. So we have all of those instances of cooperation, dialogue, interaction, etc. Of course, the participation of all SAIs is still very important when it comes to the quantities of our activities, the quorum. So we see that we have been really developing a lot. We have, for example, prepared a web page. You can see over there on screen a link where you can have access to all of that information. We've also improved our international community, focusing on each region. We have important data to share with you. You're going to see that according to your SAI on our website, about the lines of work that we've been promoting. We've got some results for the year of 2025. We can see that we have to continue with our initiatives, especially SIRAM for independent SAIs. We can also see some of the points that our friends from Panama presented. So this is a theme that is very present, and it's also of the interest of all of the SAIs. So SIRAM is very important. It's part of our prevention control, and it's connected to INTESAI and INCOSAI, where we work with some legal framework and normative frameworks. And we can use that to prevent any threat to that independence. INCOSAI is a project for the independence of all of the SAIs. We have approved its initial report, and of course we're still going to have more procedures ahead. We have OCDE, which is a very important partner of ours, and we have some other projects too that support our goals. For example, we have SAIs with good governance, where the results include the continuation of our support to CPMR, SPMR, for example. So and also we can say that all of those initiatives that are destined to all of those leaders, they have really been successful too. And later on, we're going to have some implementations in the Dominican Republic, in Puerto Rico, Colombia, and Chile. So all of us together, and that's the name of the project, together, we're going to work with human resources. We're going to incorporate IDI's ideology to other partners. We continue with the support. We continue with the support of Adopte too. We're going to count on a global forum, which is going to talk about the continuity of our businesses, especially when we are faced with threatened with some risks. So we're going to have that global forum to collect experiences and share experiences from different sectors and apply them to our initiatives. When it comes to the professional SAIs, we continue creating a center for the training of SAI workers. And this initiative is very fruitful. And then we've been working on those professional SAIs. We have been providing education to all of those people, especially auditors that work in each SAI. We have 486 that have participated in this program, coming from 15 different SAIs. We had 55 certified people in English, and in Spanish, we are still having the first exams. It's the first cutoff. We had 200 eligible people at the beginning, so we're going to see how things progress. In the second round that was released, we're going to, in the second round, which will be released, which will be launched, we're going to show you the future results. And we have a certain strategy called PESA, P-E-S-A, and we want to work with that the capacitation and training. We want to develop those professionals. We want them to be good auditors in their respective SAIs. And we have a specific IDI certification where we can certify experts globally. We've had a high-level dialogue about professionalization in Costa Rica. We are really grateful for the support that we've received. We've had some debates where we could have dealings, where we reached agreement with all of the institutions that are being part of this initiative. So this is a way to actually move forward with these initiatives. We are reviewing our sustainability reports too, and we also want to work on the public debt. We want to work that out in the region. We have developed a global document with different institutions, and we want to have that translated and materialized in our region too. We've also been working with impact measurement. Something that is really of our interest is the case of smaller states or developing states. This is the focus of IDI, and this will really affect our lines of work. It's important to say that the emphasis of the new presidency is to work with all of the vulnerable SAIs. And of course, I'm saying that because we know that there are some circumstances where vulnerability is a common thing, is something that is easy to be seen. And now, advancing with PESA, P-E-S-A, we had a motion last in Kasai for this initiative to proceed. We really want Intercide to approve of it. This is very important for us because we want to broaden PESA and spread it as fast as we can. We want it to transcend into the SAI community. When it comes to the relevant SAIs, we had LOTA. We've already talked about it. And also we have Adapter. And LOTA is a technology audit. We also work with AI. We want to make sure that those two things, both technology and AI, are present in our processes. We want to really use it in our work. We know that for IDI and Intersci, we really need standards. So of course, we don't want to stray from this pillar. We're also working with SDGs at each SAI, so we're really committed with equality and opportunities when it comes to climate issues. We also work in a high-level political forum, always thinking about SDGs. We came up with different objectives to improve our operations when we conduct those audits. We want to be cohesive and work in tandem with public policies. And just to finish, Camilla, I would like to thank you. I would like to say that we have a bilateral support that has been very satisfactory. Our friends from the Federation mentioned that, so we would like to thank you for it. Thank you, GSAI, GSI, and also the Controller General's Office from Costa Rica, from Honduras, the SAI from Honduras and Belize. All of those deserve commendation. When it comes to global foundations, the Cooperation Secretariat, IDC, has come up with different alliances which are consistent with some present and existing work groups. We also have a global report of evaluation of each SAI in 2023, and in 2026 we're going to have a new one. So in February we're going to forward that all of the related research to each SAI in order for them to give their opinions on those reports. We also created FISP, where we reviewed all of the reference terms of this fund. So we are at your disposal to answer your questions in case you have any. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you, not just the authorities here, not just the authorities with which we have been in contact, but also all the SAIs for their support connected to everything that we have received. Thank you for your contributions. So this is the list of all of the countries that were hosts of this moment, and they really helped us with resources. We have Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Spain, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Puerto Rico, DR, and Uruguay. So thank you all.
Sebastián.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you, Archana, who is also with us today. Thank you very much for the work promoted by IDI. The next report is on OLACEFS activities. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. President, to all authorities here, the representatives of SAIs, full members, associate, special guests. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Paraguay's SAI on its mandate and administration, and wish Brazil the best of luck in these new challenges, and say that we are here to support you in your initiatives. It's a great pleasure for me to take part in this space today and to share what we have conducted in terms of the cooperation agreement established with OLACEFS last year at the Assembly, celebrated in Panama, and our intention was to promote learning exchanges and to strengthen institutional initiatives and provide technical assistance in the fight against corruption. These are all aligned with our regional platforms to accelerate the application of this convention against corruption in LATAM and the Caribbean. I would like to address a few activities that were promoted within this agreement with the support of Norway, with Norway's agency, and the cooperation of Chile's and Paraguay's SAIs. In May, we held a workshop together with the Specialized Technical Commission that addresses this transnational fight against corruption with the objective of creating a plan that could address climate change and the fight against corruption. We also worked on a project that contemplates pillars focused on the fight against corruption, citizen participation, control, and strengthening of SAIs in that context, aligned with the initiatives mentioned by the SAIs. On the other hand, we also promoted the participation of representatives from OLACEFS in different regional activities that we led, such as regional conference on strategic resources in LATAM and the Caribbean that took place in Rio de Janeiro, where we had an active role. Together with Paraguay's SAI, we developed a conference conducted in July of this year, where we had a number of different SAI representatives. Within the General Assembly, we contributed to a thematic panel on forensic audits and criminal investigation based on AI that has to do with Technical Theme 1. And we are also supporting STSC under the leadership of Peru. In relation to the transactional encounter held in Lima, Peru. We reaffirm our commitment to continue working with OLACEFS to strengthen the integrity and to fight against corruption. I thank you all for your attention, as well as all the AIs for the support throughout the implementation of our agreement. Thank you very much, Juan Martin, for this report and for the wonderful work that you have been doing. The report on the regional activities from GIZ and Adapta Infra. Thank you, Mr. President. Wonderful morning to all of you. I cannot begin without congratulating Paraguay's SAI for its dynamic and innovative management as responsible for OLACEFS under the leadership of Mr. Camilo. Thank you very much for everything that you have provided to us around along this journey. I also wanted to congratulate Brazil's SAI and the cooperation that we have between GIZ and the OLACEFS. This project that we implemented with OLACEFS and GIZ focused on sustainable development, and for this project we have a governance system that is the consultative board. On this council, we now have different OLACEFS instances that address the transversal issues of this project. We have a presidency and executive secretariat. They will remain there until the end of the project. The mandate of these servants is for 1 year. We held a meeting in November to think about initiatives and if it actually makes sense to continue with all of these subdivisions or if we should expand, considering that in addition to the CCC, CGID, CTIC, GTFD, next year we would like to expand the members, inviting the presidency of EFSR, the Office of the President of EFSR, and other control agencies to be able to broaden our impact in the region. In addition to guiding initiatives, which are strategic within the project, I'd like to thank you for the candidacy of this theme for the next assembly. It's an honor, and we are very happy with that. Part of this strategy to commence this project were dialogues. So it was said that we needed more knowledge to be able to move forward. So what we did was we promoted awareness, talking about different themes. We invite you to get to know this magazine, to watch the videos. And at the assembly, we addressed the we had the sixth and last session of dialogues that addressed theme 1 of this assembly, which was innovation. In addition to all of that, we had the opportunity to promote a panel to talk about innovation funds that aim to boost the use of digital tools that can support future audits in sustainable infrastructure. I would like to invite you to scan this QR code so that you can deepen your knowledge and access further information. Everyone has until the 18th of January to send their initiatives. And what are the criteria? You have to be a full member of OLACEFS. The teams have to be comprised of 2 or 3 people. A member has to have proven experience in IT. And as for the proposal, it must be aligned with human rights, sustainable infrastructure. It has to be feasible, original, and have a potential for scalability, since we're looking at the region as a whole. You also must include and submit a 2-minute video. I think that is the main challenge, actually. And what are the next steps? We have our call for action. Then we will hold a vote. The first step is an open phase, meaning that all member SAIs will have the right to vote to 3 votes, and you will do that digitally, and the other 2 steps will be the consultative board that will promote the vote. So we'll have 6 initiatives in full promoted by this innovation fund, where we will have, for example, a technical mentorship and an in-person session to promote prototypes and validation of these solutions. We have 4 of 6 here, and the leaders of these initiatives will have some time to present their tools in the next assembly within the theme sustainable infrastructure. I'm just trying to move ahead with this. We also had the honor to launch OLACEFS, which is a new sustainable information system from OLACEFS. And for us, it is a very valuable tool. And we really hope that everyone takes advantage of this tool. You can see the QR code there. I'm not going to go too deep into that. We've already explored it and have already discussed it. We have a preliminary study on climate justice. And we are not stopping at that. Our next processes will address a technical guide on climatic justice, and promoting training on how to implement that guide. Next Monday in Brasilia, we will have the countries that you see on the screen, and we will be discussing the development of methodology for audits. We are going to develop this guide, and we are going to conduct many training sessions. And this is the end of my speech. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amanda, for the presentation. OLACEFS Colombia, please. Your turn. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity. It's a privilege for Colombia to be here today among you and to talk about what we have worked on in the last year. It was cooperative between Colombia and OLACEFS, and it's especially important because based on this consult, we were able to connect 1,400 parliament members to 25 entities and SAIs, promoting articulation among all three. And we were able to build a number of different tools. In that sense, it's very important to emphasize. We believe that beginning with this approximation, bringing everyone together, SAIs in Parliament, we are opening a pathway to improve the value and benefit, in addition to providing spaces where organizations and citizens, as well as institutions, will be able to see the impact of the audits firsthand. We conducted 3 surveys, one related to a diagnosis, another used 2 tools. One was a guide to improve the relationship between parliaments and SAIs, and another that is a institutional relationship index that we expect to serve as a guideline for the next 5 years in order to monitor how everything is taking place. The idea is to put all of this in practice based on the experience throughout this period, but especially coordinating the several committees, given that this theme is so broad and provides us the opportunity to articulate OLACEF's entire community. Taking the experiences of this assembly and putting them into practice regarding innovation and AI, and without any fear of error, we are going to share a video with you on the work we've conducted. This is a subject that, in fact, is of utmost importance. Technical reports intend to form public trust, and we're going to see how everything could work a lot better. If we imagine that we are at the doctor for a moment, and this doctor writes the medication's names with a calligraphy that is illegible, what happens? That's exactly at the center of what we're going to analyze. Public management sometimes, or the public sector, gives us a doctor's medicine recommendation that is a failure. This serves as an example. In this case, the doctors would be the SAIs, and we have to think of them as the guardians of our finances. They have a very clear mission of auditing how everyone's money is spent so that each cent is spent appropriately. But that's where the problem begins. SAIs are machines, a lot of data, rigorous analyses. We have very significant technical qualities, but along the way, a lot is lost and diluted, and potential for improvement disappears. Why does that happen? The key is communication. A lot of times, the lack of it, the lack thereof, does not allow us to break these cycles. On the one hand, we have parliaments who are those who should use these reports to improve, and then we have civil society on the other, who need information and and you can therefore see that the bridge of communication is completely ruptured. Complaints are made that reports are not only too technical, but also that they are merely formal requirements. And the reports end up being a reason for argument rather than connection. 3 out of 4 civil societies have a desire to understand these reports. And let's be honest, a lot of SEIs do not place their efforts in improving this. Let's remember this number, 64% is the representation of the frustration of these parties. 2 out of every 3 people that want to cooperate feel that the doors are closed. They feel that it is more like a window that opens and closes very rapidly. The value of audits is reduced, and we limit the capacity for advocacy and political control. A muscle that isn't used loses its strength. But let's talk about solutions. Not everything is bad news. We work to create this set of tools to be able to close these gaps. And the first is a practical manual or guide that establishes a bridge, or that bridges communication between Parliament and citizens in a way that creates connection. And that's why we created an index, so we could measure what this relationship is actually like. We know it can be improved. We have a best practices guide with practical cases and useful information, and the idea is that cooperation is converted into reality. If we take a look over here, for example, in this guide for the Parliament, nothing here is random. You can see the legal framework up until how to measure the impact, improve communication, etc. All of these tools, they are based on a philosophy, on a change, a shift in paradigms, a relationship governance. At the center of everything, we have the idea of creating public valor. Not just a report shouldn't only be technically sound, it should be accessible to the population. And all of that starts with the SAIs and audit institutions. Reports should be rigorous but also clear. And those who are not specialists should also consider this information accessible. Reports should not end up in a drawer, archived. We need them to serve as an instrument for real transformation. Everything is influenced by civil society participation. What is our greatest conclusion out of all of this? Let's unblock true public value. We need to change mindsets. We had to leave technical and to move into social understanding. We have to take ideas and put them into practice. We need social and technical literacy, and with that, we go back to the beginning. We need something that is detailed, clear, that shows us the way, and also leaves an important question. Now that we have it, who is going to apply it? Who is going to actually make it?
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is an invitation for all of the SAIs to really work with that commitment. We really want them to progress. This was done with AI, so maybe there was some sort of mistake over there. So we really have to focus on the presentation itself. Don't worry. Yeah, the Colombian accent was not in the video, so we could understand everything all right. Just kidding. There you go. So we saw that there was something important here. The language of all of the technical reports has to be unified. It has to be simple. sometimes we don't understand. We don't understand those reports. We don't want that. We don't know if it's done on purpose, but it's really important to see that we have to be clear. Sometimes we think, oh, maybe the parliament doesn't want to understand, or they want us to understand what the budgets are, etc., etc. So now let's talk about the impacts of SAIs on the shareholders. Let's talk about challenges and strategies. Let's go to Argentina. Thank you, Mr. President. So we're going to talk about the indicators of development and performance, and it is an honor for me to work with this initiative, which started in 2024. We're going to see the impact of all of the SAI's work on shareholders. So it was a contest, and it was created as a space for interchange where we could share what we had learned, always trying to strengthen the work of our SAIs, promoting transparency and its continuous improvement. With CDI, we see that we have a central subject when it comes to our auditing work. We have to really focus on our shareholders, and we have to really go deep, trying to elevate the quality standards that we work with. So this is a special mission. This is a special mission for the evaluators. And we see that Dr. Francisco Fernandez from the Auditor General's office in Argentina, and also Dr. Ramiro Mendonça from Chile, they have been working with us, sharing experiences, dedication. They've been really dedicating to this initiative, and this has all been elementary for us to have a very nice, rigorous process of evaluation. So we would like to thank both of them. Thank you for your engagement and commitment. I'd like to highlight something. They evaluated 30 projects, so it was quite of an extensive effort. So thank you very much. Thank you again. Now we're going to announce to you the winners of this contest. Carlos Enrique Cardoso Vargas from Mexico. Congratulations. So the title of his audit project are about the reports. The title is about the reports and the impact of those reports on administration, of working on subsequent and critical mistakes. Now the second place goes to SAI Peru, and also the third place. So the second place goes to Sanchez Venezuela, where we work with efficiency models, evaluating the impacts of audits on public management, working with data analysis models. And the third place goes to Carmen Irema. She worked with on how to overcome the limitations of our control, working with prevention. So we would like to congratulate our friends for their research, for their originality in their approach, and also for the depth with which they address the modern challenges in the public administration. So this really shows your technical vocation, your engagement. Well, all of that really characterizes each and every one of our SAIs. We would also like to acknowledge all of the participants whose work reflect the passion which strengthens public administration, and also the development of the knowledge that is shared in our community. So, in behalf of CDI, we would like to congratulate all of the winners, and we also congratulate all of the participants for your collaboration for this edition of our contest. So thank you very much. So I would like to ask the Executive Secretariat to deliver the prizes or the awards to our winners. Thank you. Thank you very much, AGN. Now, the next point, we have the Fortaleza Declaration on internal control. We have the need for the co-creation of solutions to strengthen the integrality or the entirety of our SAIs. As you all know, we want to move quickly to the next point. Oh, we have some pending points. Oh, we have SAI Ecuador. They wanted to show a video. Maybe we can do that now. Yes, we from Ecuador would like to show you some important points. And we would like to request your authorization to present to you a video talking about all of those points related to good governance. Good morning, all of you, dear authorities and colleagues. My name is Mauricio Torres Maldonado, and I talk to you representing the Controller General's Office in Ecuador as the president of the Best Practice Governance Committee at OLACEFS, having the objective of consolidating a culture, an institutional culture based on transparency and accountability in the region. I would like to present to you this video where we talk about the perspectives of good governance in OLACEFS, where we try to create a space to share reflections and experiences. In this video, you're going to see different advances, experiences, and challenges faced by all of our countries, and also the roles of our institutions in the promotion of this principle that strengthens citizens' reliability and trust. So, together with Ecuador and the Controller General's Office, we see an improvement by means of citizen participation. And that pillar, together with others, really reflect our determination to do something that is modern, ethical, and high quality. So we came up with norm reformations, promoting a transparent management, and then we also think about the training of our employees using our plans from 2025. And together with that, we also enabled complaint channels where we can have the participation of our citizens, and it also fosters a culture of integrity. And all of that really shows what our view is. We want to have transparency and we want to have integrity, helping the population and the community, always living up to the high international standards that we have to follow. We have to work with good governance, thus strengthening the capacities of our SAIs. We work on the development of a governance summit, an international space for us to share best practices and reinforce regional cooperation. Then we are also planning the implementation of a virtual course on public governance, where we want to train more civil servants in different segments of public management. And then we want to evaluate the index of information availability for the population, which will allow us to see how information is being transmitted. All of those initiatives will try to strengthen a regional ecosystem, counting on open governance, promoting public trust, and also the citizens' involvement in the control processes of nowadays. I would like to thank all of the SAIs who really helped us with their reflections. We really hope that this exchange of experiences might inspire us to continue committed to good governance. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ecuador's controller. So now we are about to finish our meeting. There is very little to finish, so we would like to cover some different aspects of our meeting. Maybe the executive secretariat can help. So we would like to continue our work group on disasters, always working with sustainable development. We want to have it until the 31st of December of 2026. We would also like to mention the report of the payments report of OLACEFS on the strengthening of external control in the fight against corruption. We've already dealt with that with GIZ. When it comes to the historical archives of OLACEFS, we have already validated that those two here in this assembly. We know that everything is going to be accessed digitally. We're going to migrate from paper to screen. We've also proposed that the logo of OLACEFS has to include Mexico. So those are little adjustments that we're going to forward to the regions for us to create a new logo. And I believe that's it. Yes, it has been noted. There are two other subjects before we move on to the conclusions. We have a video about the next assembly that will take place in Cali, Colombia. So can we have that video played? And before the video, I would like to make sure that the new presidency and the executive secretariat know the reasons why we have chosen this new venue for 2026. In reality, we need candidates. We need, in fact, not 2026, but 2027. We need venues for that specific assembly. Cali is the capital of salsa. It's a vibrant city where we see joy in every corner. And people are very involving from the very moment where you meet them. We have beautiful green mountains and beautiful sunsets too. Cali has tradition and modernity. It's ready to be the center of international cooperation, strengthening control processes. In 2026, we're going to have the OLACEFS Extraordinary Assembly, where we're going to have different institutions from Latin America and the Caribbean. We're going to have an open space for ideas to become actions. We're going to count on transparency and good governance. We're going to work on data science, AI, and public ethics. That all is going to be part of a more modern auditing system. It's going to be an honor to welcome you and to host you in our beautiful country, Colombia, with the warmth that is very characteristic of our population. You will certainly be welcome in our region. It's going to be an honor for us to share experiences. Cali is all about magic, strength. Cali awaits you. Colombia will welcome you. Together we're going to build trust in the future. We're going to have the 35th Assembly of OLACEFS from the 21st to the 24th of July of 2026 in Cali, Colombia. Thank you. Thank you very much, Controller General's Office in Colombia. We really don't want to miss out on that opportunity. It's definitely a great place to visit. Maybe Leandro would like to add something very quickly. Yes, we really understand that the candidacy of some financial managers, we really understand that that was difficult. But I would like to attribute maybe an amount of money to finance the logistics or the trips of different auditors especially the financial auditors, because we know that it is very important that those contributions be done in behalf of the assembly. We thought about $3,000. And we know that sometimes we have 2 or 3 people that need to travel during a week. I really believe that $3,000 would be adequate. Very good. We're going to consider that. It's been noted. I would also like to mention something important before we conclude. I don't remember their name right now. We have a member from the Court of Accounts of Santa Fe. And when we were walking outside, he said something very interesting. It was not just a comment, but in fact, it was a question. He challenged me. He asked, how is it possible that we are gathered here in the city talking about all of the work that we've been doing, but we in Latin America are full of corruption? How can it be? How can we, the ones present here, not mention anything about that? We have to discuss those things. So saying that everybody is perfect, well, this is not realistic. We have to really try to get to a level of integrity that we don't see in the world. I'm looking for the right words. There you go. So corruption in this era is something that is ever growing, and we don't want that to spot our organizations. We know that corruption is never going to stop growing, and we don't want to be a part of that. And it's interesting because it grows just like weeds. It's not like good wheat, something that is good to eat, but it's weeds. It's like a parasite. So we can't really let it grow, even though it might look like something beautiful from the outside. Sometimes it's difficult to just uproot weeds, but we have to try to do that when it comes to corruption. And this is something that I would like to convey to you as well. Corruption is impossible to eradicate. We know that. So the idea here is not that it will cease from existing. It's just like weeds. It's always gonna exist, but we have to keep on uprooting its branches from around our beautiful building. So it's like a never-ending war. The fact that it's difficult, or just like weeds, it keeps on growing, it doesn't mean that we are going to stop working. We have to reinforce our efforts, and we have to keep on fighting against that corruption. So for me, this has been the biggest privilege, having been part of the presidency of OLACEFS. So in behalf of the Controller General's office in Paraguay, my family, my wife, my 4 daughters, I am forever thankful to all of you, to each and every one of you, for having joined me in this journey. And of course, I'm not going to say goodbye because I'm still going to be a part of our team. I'll keep coming back. I'll keep coming back for our meetings. So I'll go to Cali. I'm going to be there. I would like to recommend that you bet in Paraguay. So we know that we're going to have financial return from that choice. So I would like to thank the Court of Accounts here in Brazil for hosting this event. And I would like to ask you a favor, Mr. President. Could you please close this assembly? So we're going to have Don David, and then later on we're going to have you. So let's go.
Please, Davi, feel free. It's just a very quick address. We have to consider that we should promote ways for better interaction, that corruption is real. A lot of times the incentives incentives can be interpreted in a way that works completely in reverse. In Mexico, for example, especially in my state, we see corruption constantly among politicians. So I think this is a comment on the importance of supporting these actions against corruption.
Ahora lo importante es que como organización, una cosa que comentaba con Marlene y con él.
One thing that I was talking to Marlene about when I arrived, I was actually president for a full month, something like that. And things simply began to happen. And the entire time I was surrounded by people like Camilo and other colleagues. I'm not going to say all the names because I don't want to leave everyone out, but there was unwavering support to assure that we reached our objectives. A certain colleague who I'm not going to mention was actually arrested due to corruption, and I think this is an issue that we have to address with a lot of care, and we have to think about public resource management very carefully in order to assure that everything is done correctly. Meaning, we need to work and act in ways that allow for transparency in what we are doing. Is it possible for someone to worry about our actions? Yes. Probably because they're doing something wrong. But what really matters is that we are a group. We are characterized by our unified thoughts and actions in favor of fighting against corruption. But here we are, increasingly solid. And as Camilo mentioned, it's easier to take Mexico to the World Cup. We're going on to our third in Mexico, by the way. Even more than Canada. And as Camilo says, in all his youth, you're young, Camilo. Less and less young, but still young. And just like what I was saying to Marlene, we're here. Most of you are new colleagues. Some. I see this as a continuous renewal of the human potential of this institution. We are welcoming people that are better and better. And I just want to say, we'll see each other in Cali. Before that, in Mexico City. And I just want to congratulate everyone on this event. It was long and short at the same time. The host that welcomed us to Brazil. Brazil always occupied a very important role in Latin America. our president, Camilo. He will be missed. However, he will be present once in a while. Thank you very much. Congratulations to you all.
Para cerrar, presidente.
And just to close the event, I want to convey my emotion right now, my feelings, and say that Brazil was contemplated by OLACEFS to host this meeting. And during the last 6 months, we promoted a number of actions to enable objectivity, beauty, and efficiency for this event. It was a huge responsibility because at that time, you were conducting your succession with Brazil in mind. And the time has arrived not to say goodbye, because you will never be an external agent to our actions. Your presence is active and alive due to your everlasting examples. And based on your example, I expect to positively spread the animus among us. Considering that since 1963, when OLACEFS was created, until our 35th meeting in Cali, that is right around the corner. Considering the integration of our purposes, I hope this continues and that we serve as compasses against corruption. I would like to thank all of the delegations here that came to Fortaleza. It could have been in Rio, it could have been in São Paulo, which are places usually considered ready and prepared for international meetings of this level. But as someone from the northeastern region of Brazil, I was very happy to be able to bring you here. And I hope that Fortaleza was welcoming to each and every one of you. May our events here or those held at the beach, I hope they were wonderful for everyone. I would like to leave you with my affection and to say that everything that was planned and executed, and we saw here at the event the 3 years of Davi's and Camilo's mandate and how crucial they were. I hope Brazil is able to take this project, which is completely ready and completed, and that we are able to optimize it and perfect it. That is our will, that is our intention, and that will be our truth. Thank you very much. We adjourn our session.
Me voy vos.